Okay, so today, hi Gabs! Good morning! Finally caught you live, yay! Awesome! So, today, MSQ time. It's been a while. I love that. Okay, so, promises kept. Let's go to Foundation. Are you in a different room? Yes, I am. I moved like a week ago. This is now my second stream in the new place. So if the microphone sounds a little bit echoey, it's because this room is still a little bit echoey because I haven't furnished it yet. So, yeah. I have just moved. I still have suitcases and stuff to unpack and yeah. Sound is good? Last stream was a little bit echoey, so now I changed the location of my microphone. It seems like it's better this way. Oh my god, that is so cute! What is that? As in different place or just room? A different place. I moved. I moved to a different house. I just completely moved. Shadowbringers Crafters. Oh, crafters you say? Congrats, thank you, and congrats on that. That is cute. Okay, so Lollihop? It's called Lollihop? That sounds so cool. Congratulations on your new house. Thank you. Okay, so I think here. Yes. Oh my god, it's been a while since we've done MSQ. Can't wait for your reaction to 3.4. Something cool? We'll see. Okay. Oh my god. Promises kept. A new day dawns in Ishgard, and the House Fortom Knight has tidings for you. A character I love? Oh, okay. Awesome. Mistress Magi, you are come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly prominent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it. But in any event, Sir Emeric de Borrell, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borrell, cordially invites Mistress Magi to dine with him at his estate. That was very proper. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, this plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? Hi, Didzilla! I should be glad to accept. I should be glad to accept. Indeed, who would not? You will forgive me if I seem envious. I shall send word of your acceptance to Borrell Manor at once. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. They will have someone escort you the rest of the way. Moving forward, closer to my island. I don't know why I'm so happy today. Yes. Astrologicum. Sporel Steward. Hello. Greetings and well met, Mistress Magi. I have the honor and privilege to serve as head steward of House Sporel, though. Admittedly, our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. Ahem. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure, but for this day we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. So cozy. Another wine glass. Hope it's not poison. Oh my god.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
I'm sorry, it's just we've been doing so many side quests lately that I'm not used to voice acting. Your new way of doing half side quests and side MSQ is good. Yeah, I love this idea that we do them kind of in a balanced way. Because I missed having MSQ time. Here we go, voice acting. Oh, I get to have my coffee. That's good. This is romantic. Well, it is kind of.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
I like the pink flowers. I hate my outfit.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
He's mixing poison. Though perhaps a bit long for my liking, why not join me on the next? It wasn't all sunshine and lemon cakes. Why not join me on the next?
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
You're welcome.
May I ask a personal question?
Sure.
Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
An island. I'm not letting that go.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
I'll be there.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Yay!
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Who is talking, narrating here? VA change, no way of knowing. Oh! Okay. So it can be anyone. Hi! 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 Go in. Why? Oh, well, this is where I'm supposed to go. Wait, no! No, not this one. Oh, Muggles. No, we're not doing Muggles. This one. Shall I show you inside? Yes. It's an urgency. It is that.
Yes.
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Elise took an arrow to the shoulder.
Oh.
It was only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Oh.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light, is she with you? Don't go, there is something I must say. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelfatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Alice's better, yay. We just did coils. I'm trying to remember what her voice was like, but I can't. Hello, Alfie. Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? We have eggnog, scrambled eggs, or spaghetti, or Gil. I don't have any of these. Shall we take something like... Sure. Her voice was really cutesy, not suited for her personality. Shadows of the First. Ooh. As Alphina and many others know all too well, there is no rest for the righteous. Oh, no. So the warriors of darkness and the Asians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then, when we first encountered them in Loth Asnath, when they were confronting Ravana, gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphina? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alisaie risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Kat, will you accompany me to Zelfatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Sure. 3.4 is really fun, one of my favorite patches. Really? Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Querthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphina. The mountains of Zelfatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelfatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelfatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alisaie regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then, let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Camp Dragonhead. Ooh. Let's go. Coffee. Am I hungry? Maybe not. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Nautilon and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that House Fortom Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open. We need but walk through. What say you, kitty? Shall we go? Ooh, let's go. Dispatched. There's a lot of evil dudes in here. Mistress Magi, Master Alphinaud, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something and don't want any more interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatol and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers we are like to encounter, a two-pronged approach may be best. While the knights and I feign a larger attack to draw the Exal's attention, I suggest you and yours attempt to slip past their defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, you should only have to deal with some few patrols, but if they are not, you may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Oh! Hello! Cool! Does anyone want to join? Invite? Invite to party. There we go. Alright, let's... Zelphatol. Dungeon? Yes, dungeon. Okay. Let us... queue. And then I'll read. If I have time. Zelphatol. Oh. Forced to flee the Black Shroud for fear of the elementals and their boundless wrath, the Ixal settled the wind-swept mountains of Zelphatol more than 550 years ago. Since that day, they have labored tirelessly to eke out an existence in these harsh and unforgiving lands, slowly but surely expanding their dominion over the entire region. Yet the Ixal have never forgotten that which was once denied them, and so they seek divine intervention once more, to summon Garuda and beseech her strike down their enemies. In the shadow of the first mountain, the ritual nears completion, and only you and your comrades can hope to deliver the realm from destruction. It's so weird to do 4-man content now that we've been doing so much like 8-man stuff. I wonder how long this is gonna take. Oh, I have a job quest again? That's in Thonalon. That's not in there, Thonalon, though, but you know. Oh yeah, that one. Cool. Okay. Dungeon time. Just got my Black Mage job at 30. How are you liking it? I don't know why, but Black Mage is... I don't know why I can't really get into it. I mean, I have it, Oh! I have it at 37. Look at that. Oh, and the Moogle dance. I need 2 more daily Moogle quests. Wait, I didn't do them yesterday, which means if I do them today before 6, and then I do them today after 6, I could get Moogle dance today. I could get Moogle dance today. I just need to do Moogle quests before 6 and after 6 p.m. I guess I know what I'm gonna be doing today. Moogle dance today, maybe. $220, yeah. 2 daily Moogle quest sets, that's enough. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't even remember how long I've wanted that. Like, it was so long ago. It was before I even started streaming. I've wanted that for a while. Almost there. Moogles have priority. Yeah. I still have Wrong Reborn. I have Sahagin and Amalja that I'm still working on. I've barely started them. And on Heavensward, I haven't touched anything but the Moogles. But to be fair, lately I haven't had the time to play as much as I would have wanted to because of the whole moving process. It's been a lot. But now that things are starting to settle down, I'm gonna have a lot more time on my hands again, so it's gonna be good. But I am still a carpenter main. That's fun. Can you see how evenly I've leveled up everything else? Every day when I go to do Moogle quests, I always pick which one is the lowest level, and then I do the Moogle quests as that. So these are, it's balancing. But the Carpenter is very high because I'm doing these for Slowy, these ones. I'm doing these as a Carpenter, so my Carpenter is getting out of hand. Maybe I should start doing these as someone else as well. Yeah. We are still awaiting. I wonder if this is going to be a long queue. If it's going to be a long queue, then I would go and continue my Scholasticate while I wait. I should really start doing that. Whenever I queue myself up for something, I just continue Scholasticate while that's running. Or do my job quests. Should I actually do that? I swear, now that I'm going to go away from here, it's going to pop, isn't it? Scholasticate is my Q quest. Yeah. Where was it? The cathedral, right? Or I could have gone and done Moogle quests. We were looking for Blazy, right? I did get that check from that. It was so close. Okay, so then this one. That is a question I too would like to know the answer to. It feels as though we haven't spoken in ages. I did, however, overhear some of the other seminarians say that they saw Theo at the Ark of the Venerable. If so, Blazy is certain to be close by. Pillars. Where in the... Oh, close by. Okay. So wait, which one is the... I think the Astrologicon is the closest. Oh, wrong direction. Oh, it's a cutscene. Hopefully it's not gonna pop during this. Hello, Blazy. Ah, you startled me. I'm here for Ula's sake, lest you wonder. This is all part of my investigation, I swear. Sure. Wait, you're not a seminarian, and yet you seem so familiar. Oh, I know. You're my brother's associate. By brother, you mean... My apologies, Mistress Cat. I suppose we have yet to be properly introduced. I'm Blazy, Briardian's younger sister. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. So, he sent you to see what I've learned. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I spent all night questioning merchants, watchmen, and random passers-by, and they told me absolutely nothing of interest. I recorded their statements for good measure, but quite honestly, it was a waste of ink and paper. Blazy, what are you doing here? Theo, I fancy meeting you here. I was just taking a moment to review these testimonies I had taken and thought to, This is so cute. Ah, but of course! You then thought to come and share your findings with us. Yes, that's it. While it might be a bit much, I wanted to make sure I did not omit a single word. By the Fury, Blazy, this is over 100 films long. I cannot even begin to imagine the amount of effort it took to organize all this information. It's incredibly heartening to know that there are others as dedicated as us to seeing Ula returned. Now, let's have a look, shall we? Investigation Log Entry 1. Master of Ishgardian Markets, Mistress Elay's problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather we've had plenty. Why, just the other day, my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. Investigation Log Entry 2. House Fortom Steward Honorwa. I cannot guarantee that this news will be great interest to you and yours, but a 12-point proposal for the reformation of the Inquisition has recently been tabled by Lord Artoirel in the House of Lords. This is taking surprisingly long. Are you talking about the quest line or the queue? Investigation Log Entry 10, Weaponsmith Albert. Ever since the Blue Bastard and his lapdog put an end to the war, profits has plummeted. I've had to sell my best stock for a fraction of its worth just to make ends meet. Queue? Yeah, those morning queues. Surprisingly, mornings are not the prime time to be playing. Investigation Log Entry 21. Carvery Mustano. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish... God damn it, Theo, that's enough. None of that rubbish is even remotely relevant. Have you done the Firmament Feds? No. Doesn't ring a bell, at least. Now, don't you think you're being a touch too hasty? We've not gotten even a third of the way through. We may yet learn something of value. Let's not dismiss Blazy's hard work out of hand. Thank you, Theo, for your kind words. I'm glad you think it may be of use. Fine. Let us briefly entertain this thought and say that something in these notes will help us find Ula. How exactly do you propose that we determine what that is? Lee, we needn't do a thing. For though we may lack the skill to discern the relevant from the mundane, a certain inspector we know and love is a dab hand at such things, no? But of course, Inspector Priordian, brilliant idea, Grimoire. Cat, if you would take the scroll to him and see what he can make of it. It's the Restoration of Ishgard quest and fun mini games. It has some cool rewards or tokens you get and dies. Oh, restoration. Oh, I like the sound of that. Where is it? I doubt even he could make heads or tails of this rubbish. In any event, it's out of our hands. We should continue with our search. Is that like do it on your own time kind of thing? Perfect timing! On long queues. Ah. Right. Ooh. Oh, hello. Oh, those things. I hate those things. I like this dungeon. I like this music. Ooh. Okay. You... Okay. Because we have the Ixol music here, it's giving me such like ARR vibes again. It's kind of fun. Oh, that's some spear, or what is that? Okay, right. Let's dance. There are spikes. Finally, I actually read the room. Figured out where to be. Right. Oh! Ouchie! Oosh! No! You're not giving me any chance to heal. Shieldy. Again. There we go. All that rating can be your experience. Sure. Oh! Ooh! Oh my god, so cute! So cool. too far. Okay. Ooh. Jumpy! Cutscene. Hello. Hi. Feathery dude. Summon Garuda. Oh god. Oh god. I love this game so much. Summon Garuda. was a fun dungeon.
Thank the gods! What happened?
Ooh.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the Primal without us.
Enjoy cutscenes. Gotta go and I will watch the VOD because I love 3x4. Okay, have a great rest of your day, Maida. Thank you for coming.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No, no. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. It was they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Okay. Alfie. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No. No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Two sides of a coin. Alfino would like nothing more than to get out of the snow. Oh my god, music to my ears. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights can appraise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I'll be at the congregation. Did you get all that, Kat? There's a lot to take in. So probably not. Foundation. Join the club. Forgotten Knights. Hello, Emmerich. I'm back. What you up to? It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Kat. What news from Selfatol? Then we're not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Ustola has been tending to Mistress Alize in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother. Spoken or not?
Alize, how are you feeling?
Spoken.
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelfatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alice and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor-bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Of course.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Orianja!
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alice, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute! I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
I love how even the MSQ is focused on glamour. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to, I never learned, though I suspect that was by design. So she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Oh! Hello! Now they're not matchy-matchy. Right then, shall we be off? Totaru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I fear she might furnish you with an identical outfit. See, that's what I thought too. Praise the 12 she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember that time at the stadium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please, she was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the warrior of light?" So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, Kat, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you forgive me if I do. A pleasure to have you with us. I've been meaning to ask about the carriage. Welcome to the fight. Pleasure to have you with us. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than when last we met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I would regret it if I weren't, that's all. Fair enough. Let us depart for waking seance then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. Pray return! Pray return. Oh. Nope, that was enough. Urianger, I missed you. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Although you're gonna make me talk. Oh my god. Why, Mr. Alphino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take the direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Exiles' plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Asians did not have similar designs elsewhere, of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Merlthor. O Gomorrah stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Thank you for your counsel, Urianger. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Urianger, is there anything else you would like to say? Alisaie? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome, the Jerem Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Hello. 7 hex. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the Scions of the 7th Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Itching to pitch in. Ah! Oh, that sounded funny. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. Unlikely allies. Commander Bloyden is eager to put you to work. So our friendly neighbors in Ugamaro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search for the camp for the little bugger, would you? By the way, what kind of stuff did I get? I got an orchestra roll. I've got a lot of, like, Joker of Healing. Bracelet of Slaying. Bracelet of Healing. Ring of a lot of healing. Earrings of Fending. There we go. Helm of Fending. Boots of Healing. Those might be... No, those are fitting. Boots of Aiming. I don't think... Nothing was better than what I already had. Great. Okay, so speak with Alfino. Here. Yes. Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when first we arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Oriange's information, yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. Okay. Kobold. Should I fly for this one if this is a little bit of a bigger area? Can I get into these buildings? This is not that big of a place. So you would think it would not be this hard. Are you, little kobold? These are not like places you go to, no. 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 Can I go up here? No. Not here. Oh, there it is. Found it. Where did you go? I see you. Can't hide from me. Stay back! Away! Far back! I'm not a... Ah, it's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. misplaced the dude again. Here. Found you. Please, don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, yes, just talk. Oh. Cuter than a Moogle? Nothing is cuter than a Moogle. Chocobos might be a close second. Here you are, you little thing. Aha. This was a stupid plan. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will... Ah, she found me again. What to do, what to do, what to do? I come in, please. Only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please, please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. Oh my god. Here we go. Huzzah! We've got him! Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No, no, no. I came to talk, to ask for help. But when you soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pigman Gaboo of the 620th Order. At least, I will be a pigman one day. Well met, Gaboo. I am Alphina, and this is my sister Alize. Kat, the woman who found you, is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloden here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gaboo, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not to your own people? What happened, Gaboo? Can you tell us? I am, No one is going to hurt you, all right? Not while we're here, I promise. The patriarch, he's... The patriarch is going to summon the Grey Father again, and you have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him. Gaboo's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming angry. He said that if they didn't have the iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. Best boy, Gaboo. Oh. By the 12th, that is sickening. No one listens to Gaboo, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gaboo loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Gaboo stop the patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan's summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to the worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Help him, Kat. I will! Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready, just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Gabu. The beast that mourned at the heart of the mountain. Shifting nervously from foot to foot, Gabu struggles to meet your gaze. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals. Cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh, several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together, we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. I love Gabu. He's so cute. So cute. Adorable. I love all tiny little creatures. Quickly! Secure. Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way! Second. Okay. Wrong direction. I told you. Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me? Brother? Aye. It's just that... I am quite certain that crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Korthas to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As Alice said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. This next one is the last and is very large, very big, very huge, very large. Very large. Destination. I'm not joining a fate. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Confound it. What about you, Cat? Any luck? Nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is, where to and why? Within Ogomoro, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. It is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call for their remaining crates, yes. If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan's summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Bloyden's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. The crystals, Cat, if you would be so kind. Oh my god, the music. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloden on the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there is an aetherite within the Ungamaro mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way! Follow them. Yes, we will. Where are we following? Into the thingy. I'm just gonna run. It's hard to fly here. You can, sort of, but it's kind of hard. And you can't go through that much, I remember, so we're gonna have to go around. Nope, wrong direction. This one. And then here. I always get lost here. Well, the map helps. Hello. Ah, I take it this is the aetherite we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphinaud arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Cat. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clods! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays. Hey Kat, how's it going? It's going great! How about you? Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers here, but how did you? Where are my parents, Matriarch? Where are they? You're playing FF10 too? Ooh. Man, I want to play that. I haven't played that. I've played like a couple of hours from the beginning and over like 10 years ago. Loving it so far, just getting the hang of the gameplay. Yeah, I remember the whole dress sphere system somehow. Mother, father. Cook for the furnace? You monster! How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them for the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Alice, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair. Whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another piece to be abandoned by the Overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You taken. When you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time, this is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our God drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own land. You'll not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. Here. Say something, please. Please. Oh no. Please. No. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Oh, goody. Hi. Hi. So, do we fight you again? Seven hacks. Hi. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. No! Alphino, leave him to me. We must away. Oh, that looks so funny. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, give him what we were like to find. Leaving Carby behind. Yeah, I noticed. I was waiting for that moment when they would teleport too, but it never happened. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. Kat, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Grass once more? Wait, are we actually gonna fight him again? Thank you, my friend. Alize and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. Confront Titan in the naval hard? Does the game make me do Ifrit Titan Garuda hard before continuing with MSQ? If it makes me do Titan hard in the MSQ. Makes no sense. Naval hard. I actually have to do naval hard. Again. Are you kidding me? You'll join? Oh. Invite to party. There we go. Let's try that again. Okay. Naval hard. Join. Okay. Okay, and while we wait for that, shall we go continue with the Scholasticate? Oh, fudge. I just realized because I'm going through... I wonder where it's gonna leave me after that. Do I have to come back here? Well, if I have to come back here, then I have to come back here. That's just how it goes. I was just wondering if it's gonna throw me here automatically. Since this is working in a... I don't know if it's different. So... Cathedral. Switching on to side quest mode again while we queue. And I do have a job quest as well. I think it will take you there automatically. Normally it does, but I was just thinking since this is something that we've already done before, I don't know if it works the same way. I don't think I've ever had a situation like this before. So I don't remember. Or I don't know. We meet again. Doubtless you have much to share. I know I do. Do you recall Gibralon's patron who recently paid off his debts and the gentleman attempting to attain cuff syrups? Upon further investigation, it turns out they share one astoundingly similar facial feature, a pale raised scar running from the top of their left cheekbone to their jaw. It so happens that this description also matches that of a notorious thug who was known to hang around outside taverns and harass patrons for coin, until an unexpected windfall saw his fortunes vastly improve. He is now rumored to make a living as a traveling merchant, though where he goes and what he sells, none can say. We shall find out in due time. But enough of my discoveries. What have you learned? I have Blazy's notes. By the Fury, this is longer than some scripture, and she compiled it all in less than a single day, you say? Remarkable. Investigation Log Entry 1. Master of Ushgardian Markets, Mistress Elay's problems? Well, with this recent run of bad weather, we've had plenty. Why, just the other day, my back started to give me trouble again, and I've had to hobble from place to place. On the other hand, the Crozier has seen an increased trading in oils, furs, and other goods folks begin to crave when it grows cold. So in that regard, I can't complain. Investigation Log Entry 13, Purveyor of Sundries, Pastorville. The other day, there was this one fellow who wanted to purchase ropes for a young woman, a merchant, he said. But I've never known one who couldn't be bothered to haggle. Not that I minded, of course. Entry 21. Carvery, Mestronaw. I've barely enough time to fill my customers' orders, much less keep an eye out for foolish girls getting themselves into trouble. Now, if you would excuse me, I really must be getting back to it. I'm expecting several regular customers any minute. Entry 47. Apothecary, Pien. Mestono has bought my whole stock of cough syrup every day for the past week. Passing strange, needless to say, so I followed him and found that he was reselling my products to another. The nerve of some people, I tell you. A gentleman procuring cough medicines through a third party. That story has a familiar ring to it, does it not? I mean, with a questionable past, recently come into wealth and playing at being a merchant, who so happens to travel with a young girl prone to fits of coughing. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Kat? We must keep a close eye. I'm not sure. Well, let's go with the first one then, if I'm not sure. Perhaps not. It seems to me that Mestono appears to be colluding with our man. In time, you may come to understand how I reached this conclusion, but first, we must pay a visit to his stall. Finding Ula. Preordain is on the verge of a breakthrough. Given how poorly this man has covered his tracks, I am inclined to believe that he will come to the Crozier sooner rather than later to procure the usual assortment of goods. Let us head there, Kat. We must follow the trail while it is still fresh. Jewel Crozier. Here. Finding Ula. Ooh! That's not the right dude, by the way. There it is. Commence! Let's see. Am I gonna die this time? I am. This is a no dance partners kind of thing. Okay. Oh, I don't think I've ever done this as a dancer, have I? When I did Titan Hard, was I still a dragoon? Or have I done this as a dancer? I seriously don't know. Ouchie. I feel like I was a dragoon then. Because I don't think I was rangy. Ouchie. so weird that I can't use my what I consider my basic abilities. Is it possible to even get rid of these in time? Oh my god. Lacking in the health department. Yay! Let's give a healer one. Oh, treasure coffer. Sure. Whee! Let's see where it takes me. It does not take me there automatically. Well, that's nifty though. We're gonna find Ula another time. See, that's what I was thinking, because normally it does take me there automatically, but since that's not... that's something that we've already done, so it doesn't work the same way. Now it has been tested. Ah, there she is! Did I not tell you she would return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more? Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempts to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? No. No. You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Isael's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. Beneath the star-filled sky, Alfina would rather not worry about what may or may not come to pass. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bluiden of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Sure. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friends, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane.
Who goes there?
Spoken. Me goes there.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the Warriors of Darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Hi, Japan Hobbyist, how are you doing? Came right at the feels part. I traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Zale, who were under some rather unique circumstances. I had a pleasure to fight alongside Sir Emmerich. And often I came at last to the Dravanian hinterlands. Let's go with the first.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
My teacher.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Such Urianger vibes. How was Alexander? Did you end up finishing it? And did you like the story? I did end up finishing it. Loved the battles. Loved the music. Loved the story. Awesome questline. Awesome. I loved it. What? Ho, cat. I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Tancred and Ishtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they are too flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where is Alice? She was here a moment ago. With Gabu. Final boss was so good, but I love the Power Ranger robots that formed into one big robot too. Yeah, the final boss was so good. I really loved the stop mechanic. Like, I thought it was so cool. I think the music made it so cool. Search for Alize. Where are you? Maybe here. No, maybe here. Ah. Oh, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Blodin, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness. He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance, until he comes back to us. Until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to. And I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never ever forget. Come along, little one. remember them. And you, Alice. Thank you. He spoke. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, aye, there will be a reckoning. Return to the waking sands. Did you try to link something? I'll check Discord later. Primal's concert with the Alexander Freeze music. No way! I'm gonna watch that after stream. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lominsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. Gotta transfer trains, but I'll stop back in when I get home on Wi-Fi. That's cool, awesome. As thou didst request, I sought out the germ oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of the worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye. All is as my lady Memphilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined? Frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner of the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew. saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamigan parties. Alamigans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rhalgr. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamigan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and haunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Kat, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Alphino, Alize, Kat, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too? What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmeric's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one of Eileen Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Lishtola next, but there's someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Speak with Alphino. I'm gonna actually run to the bathroom real quick. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Hello, thank you for waiting. Sus. What is sus? Ooh. Oh. Here we go. What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Leveilleur estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall the day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamigo awaits. Little Alamigo. Let's go. Hello, Alize. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, It has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Alize is suspicious of something? Well, so am I. The whole Urianger thing is kind of weird. Listen, Kat, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. When we were free. Alfino is eager to get to work. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces, Kat. Why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Where in here? Oh, over there, okay. Up or down, up or down, let's go down. We have two here. Siffred. Ah, let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamigan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Guardians won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Guardians, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. Close to 3.5 now? Really? I I don't think we have more down here, so I'm guessing the one that we're looking for is up. Oh my god, I went to the wrong direction. Where is... I have misplaced myself. Where? What? There. Okay, now I know where I am. I'm guessing the one that we're looking for is here. Yes. I could have just... Yeah, that's fine. The resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. And then... to Alfio. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Gundobald. Oh yes, I remember him. He was rude to me when we first met. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Kat, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? Aye, I know of him, as do we all. He and his mask have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. Hello! We seem to have a chocobo booty here. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Corn. Go see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. It's but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Sunken temple of Corn. Oh, yes. How do I get out of here? Do I get out from here? Yes, I do. And then I can fly. I still gotta find how to dye your chocobo? Don't you like have to have like a stable for your chocobo, and then you have to like feed them different kinds of stuff in a particular order and stuff, and then you get the color you want? It's something like that. I've heard that. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Hi.
Brothers and sisters.
You have a voice.
20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
Yo!
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
Well, yeah.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle.
Long time? It has been a long time. A full expansion. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Kat would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. It seems Papalymo looked younger. Did he have a beard or some facial hair? He did have something. I'm trying to remember. It has been such a long time. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Roban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me a little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the science of the Seventh Dawn? Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautioned and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Is it? Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, man. For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess, I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed. That is, assuming you'll have us? Of course. Yay! Papalymo! Honorable heroes. Papalymo has a mind to learn the Griffin's true intentions. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphinaud will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? We're getting change of clothes again? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Cat, let us be off. New clothes. Deliver a sack of gil. Wait. There was an entrance. Now I'm going around. I did not need to go this way. There was an entrance somewhere there. Now I missed it. I'm gonna go this way then. Now I'm completely lost. Hello, here. Were you up or down? Down. Hello. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. I have a sack of gil. Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seeing as you're friends of Papalymo, there, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and, treated to your tastes. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Any idea on who the Griffin is? No. Should I? Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see you at the spot Papalymo marked on our maps. Weathered shepherd's tunic and slops. But where is my... Again, there has got to be... Yes, there is. That's how you get out. Okay, I'm gonna go close first, and then I'm gonna change. And that is our dude. And then I need to be wearing... Oh my god. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, let's grab anything out of here. Let's take this, like that. Something that I'm not using right now. That to that. There we go. Now I can actually change them. Nope, not that one. Not that one. And this one. Can I, please? There we go. And these will be the slops. That's enough. I love that my shoes are so damn long that you can't even see the pants. Oh my god, look at all those chests. Yeah, these are lower item level than what I have, so I'm saving them for my all the other classes, but I don't know which one to give which one yet, so I've been just kind of storing them. Sort your armory chest, Missy. I've been trying, but I get so much gear. I should level up all my other classes so that I can get rid of the lower level gear, but I haven't had the time to do that. That is a project of mine. Too much gear. It's spilling over into my inventory here as well. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
Maybe?
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Different voice.
The famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the Beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
No.
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none.
That quest.
Courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
Oh, Ida's voice is so
If
much
the
better.
Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I remember the quest, but I don't remember the characters. I don't think. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Kat. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. All kinds of food again. Lugnar. Should I try something like that this time? Can I change clothes now, by the way? Oh, better. You should leave this set up as your glam. Oh yes, that is the best outfit that I have. One life for one world. Alphinode, keep moving forward. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zahara, ready to be put to use by the Amal-Jab. We must apprise Alizé of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Range usually goes for dexterity. Well, maybe that was still the dragoon in me then. Oh my god. Is that... There's a door here. Or entrance point. Yay! And again, I'm lost. Where's that? There. There we go. Oh, it's there. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalima were here all along? Well, Ishtola will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amal-Jab. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be before. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance has ceased, for never shall we know its like again. Oh god, I know that look. Oh goody, I'm gonna sit properly for this one. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions. Not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. Wait, what? We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. It's movie time! Are we ready for movie time? One life for one world. Let's go.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
Ass as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Good catch!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
I'm good.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at hers and defend this realm with all my might.
Okay.
Let's finish this.
Oh god. Oh my god, there's a lot of that stuff. Let's shield, let's do some dancing. I don't even know where to begin. Let's see. Let's do that. Is there mages? That's the different kind of mages. Wait. Okay. I don't know if there's a right order to this. I'm sure there is, but I'm doing it in this order. Oh, goody. Oh, there we go. No? This one. There we go. Okay, there's a lot happening in here. Nope. Alright. This. Invulnerable, of course it is. Let's get rid of some of these things in here. Whoa! Dude! What the? Good luck. Thank you. It ends now. Oh.
Now.
Took so long that I thought it wasn't forced.
What? The chains.
Those were chains. Hello. Hi.
You snake. You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Urianger!
See, I knew it! Told you, such Urianger vibes. The way he speaks. And the Moonbreeder thing.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them!
Oh?
Make ready! They come!
More? Channel ether. How the heck do I do that? I don't know even how to begin to do that. Okay, they have a healer somewhere. Mages of Darkness, but that's like a dark mage. Yeah, that doesn't work. This does. Give me your ether. How? Oh. Well, how do I give you more? Is there another one somewhere that I can do? Do I do something here? No? Okay, not sure what I'm supposed to be doing there. Oh, that's not good. That's invulnerable. This is not. So when can I do more? I have no idea. There's a blade of light again. I can see it. Oh, fudge. Are you kidding me? I see how you want this to be done. There we go. Now I want that blade of light. Oh, fudge. There we go. Then we can continue again. How are you guys getting so... Oh my god. I have no idea what to do here. This is such a cluster fudge. Oh, now I can see better. The Rangers. No. Oh my god. There's a lot happening in here. Great. There we go. Oh god, bleeding, I can see that. The Blade of Light is here again. But I need to get rid of this dude first. Because he's never gonna leave me alone enough to do that. One more. There, and then I can go there and the lights. No! Fuck you. Okay. Can I now go? There we go.
'Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Okay.
No. Not like this.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
to have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidellin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemini, for everything.
More like Nephilia. It would seem we are in Southern Thornalon again. Nephilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? Then that was their wish. An ending to mark a new beginning. I get a moon breeder. Alfie now seems to be at a loss for words. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amoja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the warriors of darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Pabolimo. They must have finished searching the mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Cat. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Asian in white at the great library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did. that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I know that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Cat, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. If you took just Heaven's Word plus the Dragon Song War, it would have been a great game, but adding in the Warriors of Darkness makes it amazing. But even more story after this. Heaven's Word is too good to believe. More awesome characters to come in love. I love this game so much. Oh my god, where am I? Oh, close-ish. This way. But yeah, this I've learned. Never start streaming this game without tissues. For me at least, I cry at everything. Who is your favorite character so far? I can't say, there are so many. Oriange will always have a very special place in my heart. I'm taking a break from FF14 until December because of work, but when I come back you should be at the same part my old character is in Stormblood. Oh, I'm very close to Stormblood. Yeah. Well, MagiKat, Alphinaud said you'd be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? There are so many right answer. That's true. Actually, I don't believe it. The crystals, Mephilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphinaud, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the science. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tetaru's tales may well surprise you. Ida, Rolgar be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me, in the flesh, I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come on, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope And young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida here was always full of fire, even the first to volunteer for a mission. Ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the circle of knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. Stormblood is awesome. I love it, and probably my fave expansion. Very unpopular view though. Really? From gameplay design and mechanic perspective, I agree. Has some of my favorite trials in the series and dungeons too. Ooh. I haven't done Endwalker though. Oh, you haven't? Just did the level 63 trial as a tank for the first time and it was so much fun. Oh. That's so cool. I have so much good stuff ahead of me still. But I'm getting there. Now that I'm back to streaming twice a week, we can actually make progress again. Double the pacing. Towards my island. I'm procrastinating, been in the last quest in Shadowbringers for the past 3 weeks. Well, I mean, you're savoring it. You don't want it to end so soon. Welcome home, Kat. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Ishtola and Kryl and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Don't want to lose my sprout icon. That's true. You lose that if you move forward. Oh my god, I don't know what I would do.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Minbreda.
I can't imagine not having the sprout icon. Shadowbringers goes on for a long, long time. Every time I thought I was done, I wasn't. The game is massive. Is it the biggest expansion? Like the longest?
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Yay!
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter, no?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alizé?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Welcome.
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
New adventures. A new adventure. To strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
You gotta get the cat earphones one of these days to match your character in game. Well, there are those like parts that you can add here, but I can't find them in pink. Trust me, I tried. Healthy, no? Look at them, cat, the scions of the seventh dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. You can attach them to what you have? Yeah, exactly. There are the pieces that belong here. I just can't find them in pink. I can find like purple and stuff like that, but that's not the same. But I know that we will find out together. Moonbreeder.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
The monocle! That was what was missing from Papalimo's face. That's why he looked weird. That was missing.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
Yep, right? Without it, he looked like a little boy.
there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Yeah, it wasn't facial hair, it was monocle. I was like, there's something missing, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Hi. Ooh, ooh. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others, and the coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. See, I told you! You're not supposed to just throw them away! I told you. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. How much more will you be playing today? I think I'm gonna finish off this quest thingy, because I am at 4 hours. I usually aim for 4 hour stream. So however long this thing takes. Gotta properly recycle dragon eyes on the right recycling day. But I did say, when they threw those out, I was like, shouldn't we have destroyed them? Apparently yes, because where are we now? So it was here all along. The what, the where? Oh, hello, hi. It's been a while. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. These seem remind me of Xanarkand? Ooh. Achievement! Was that the end of 3.4? When's the next stream? On Monday. I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays currently, and on Monday, next Monday, we're gonna be continuing the Shadow of Mach Alliance raids. I have done the first of them, so we're gonna be continuing them, and then I don't know how long those take. I don't know if we have time for other stuff on the stream, but if not, then on next Wednesday we continue MSQ. That is the plan. That is the plan. But if that was the end of 3.4 and I am at 4 hours, then I think this is actually the perfect place to end the stream today. So yeah, Monday, Shadow of Mach. I don't know how long that takes. If we have time after that, then we can continue MSQ as well. Because I don't think I had anything else on my long list of side content to do before continuing with the story. So, yeah. And then next Wednesday is just MSQ, I think. We're moving forward. I'm loving it. So yeah, we're gonna go here. Because I always end my playing session by coming here. Once I started logging out through the bed, I have not been able to log out any other way, not once since then, so it's always this way. I come home after a long day and I go to rest. That's how you do it. But yeah, anyways, that's it for today. Next Monday, same time, same place. We'll do Shadow of Mach, and then if we have time, then MSQ. If not, then the next MSQ is gonna be on Wednesday. But anyways, I need to go have lunch. Thank you everyone for joining me here today. I hope you had fun. See ya again. Thanks for thinking. I love that just became a thing now. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining, and I hope you had fun. I sure did. I got to cry again. What else is new? And I will see you on Monday. And I will talk to you on Discord every day, so if you're not there, come join me there. The links are all here on Twitch. So yeah,